For all my life, all I've wanted to do was make my friends want to smile true. But maybe I was wrong, and Pinkie Pie shouldn't plan parties at all. I'll try to get up on my hoofs and try a different task. I'll find something new to do. There's gotta be more to me than planning a party or two. I put away my party cannon. I deflated all my balloons. The bubbles all burst. Now what is next for you? For you. Oh, I remember this one. My first party ever. My whole family was there. And that's Twilight's Welcome to Ponyville party. She didn't even expect that one. Oh, look at Gummy. He just looks so excited for this birthday party. Shining Armor and Cadence's wedding sure was special, especially once I got a hold of the music. Oh, look at those happy faces, all the parties that I have thrown. I made them laugh, have such a blast, a smile that's all their own. They loved seeing me, the real Pinkie, show them a time of their lives like they've never known, like they've never known. I've got to get back out there, have to show them that I tried. For there's only one great party pony, that is Pinkie Pie. Won't let cheese sandwich beat me, won't let him get me down. For I am Pinkie, the bestest party pony around. Let's all work together to make this castle shine. Once we add some sparkle, it'll feel divine. Crates of apples and bales of hay just makes you feel at home. Furry friends and some poppin' jays, so she won't be alone. And we'll make this castle a home. There's nothing like balloons and confetti to greet you every time you walk through the door. She'll need this and those posters of all my heroes. How could any pony awesome ever ask for more? And we'll make a home she'll adore. Bright curtains of flowing silk and lace. This picture of me winning a race. Party cannons to give her a surprise. Hose and rakes and some more garden supplies. Getting hugs from this nice big friendly bear. Decorate with some gemstones bright and rare. More of this and that, don't forget the party hats. How could any pony awesome ask for more than that? Let's all work together to show that we have shown Princess Twilight Sparkle. How we made this castle a home. How we made this castle a home. How we made this castle a It's not the things that you gather round. It's not how much you own. The things that hold the meaning in your life are the memories you've sown. So we made, so we made, so we made this castle a home. So we made this castle a home. So we made this castle a
Hello everyone. Hopefully I can be heard fairly decently well. I should be. Alright. Alright. So, today's gonna be sort of a tangent compared to what I normally do, I suppose. Because I don't know if what I'm going to be working on today is actually going to be, well, end up using. It's mostly just an experimental day, and I felt like streaming it. I really want to see if I can get hair particles to work. There are many benefits in having a particle system to actually represent hair. It's just the hardest part about that is to get the hair to work in motion. So I have to take a unique approach to styling the hair in order to get the hair to behave in a way that I can control, so I can keep the hair shape while not having it be so stiff that it doesn't move when you try to move the head around or whatever. Like it needs to actually react to motion while still keeping its shape. That's been really hard to do with actual hair simulation, which I would try to not use, and instead use curves to guide the hair that I can then control with bones that hook onto the curve. That's the idea. That was just a brief technical explanation there. I'm pretty sure not a lot of you get that. Understood what I said, but you shall see. This is just a test I did yesterday, last night, to see if I can get a section of the hair to follow a curve, and it does. So I'm probably gonna have to redo a little bit of how I did this though, because if we were to take a look at the sections for each piece of the hair, they're in this grid pattern, and that's not necessarily great, because that's probably not very natural to have clumps of hair in a very organized grid. Like, I do want clumps to be around this size, just not this organized. So I'm probably going to have to redo some of this a little bit. But yeah, that's the idea. Right. I mean, it's okay. Hair can follow curves, but it's kind of limiting because I have, in order for them to follow the curve, well, having all hair sections being able to follow their own curves, I need them to be in separate objects. Like this section here is its own section with its own particle system, and it's kind of a pain because you're going to need a lot of them if you want the hair to look nice, because you can't just have hair follow one curve and one curve only. It needs to be in sections. The only time a hair is going to be grouped up in one curve is if it's like tied up in a ponytail or something. Otherwise, you'd want to do it in sections, especially if it's short, sort of like Kalatura's top mane. It's not too long, so it does need to be in sections. So yeah, perhaps not a too exciting stream, because a lot of it's probably going to be just me thinking about things and trying to brainstorm ideas. Maybe some people in chat might have some ideas too, which is also partially why I wanted to stream, see if other people might have ideas as well. That has a Blender experience. But yeah, that's the goal. Get hair to work and also allow it to be easily controllable using curves. Yeah. I wish I could have the hair particle system behave where I can just select which hair strands can follow the curve that I want, but you can't do that. You can only assign a single particle system to a curve guide, which is this curve right here. So yeah, that's the idea. So you can make a big section with one curve and style it. Now, the problem with using one curve is that the hair doesn't just follow a single curve throughout the entire hairstyle. Like that's just not natural. They're always in clumps, and usually fairly small clumps, but that's not easily manageable in 3D. So you're gonna have to just settle with larger clumps. No, I don't think they're having anything planned for the hair particles at this point. Eventually in the future they might. I'm not sure if any of the problems that I specifically have are going to be addressed, but I think there are plans for particle systems to be improved in some way, at least, but just not the next update. That's not until later. Anyway, so yeah, I gotta figure out a better way to make these sections. Don't like the grid pattern. That needs to go. So, let's save in a new file. Let's hide her hair for now. This is the basis that I used before to make all those sections. So what I want to do is try to break up the grid pattern a little bit while still being the shape of the skull, or scalp, I should say. Let's just move that a little bit. that. Okay, so I think I was thinking I would just move around these vertices a little bit, but it's still going to be a grid pattern at the end of the day, just, you know, moved around a little bit. I'd rather it be more like a mosaic, where every shape, you know, cleanly is cleanly aligned with each other when they touch. It's just they aren't squares, they aren't grids. The question is how would I do that? It needs to be like somewhat random looking mosaics. I mean, I could just have an idea, actually. Hold on. We're just gonna show this and that's not how you spell it, is it? It doesn't matter. I don't care. It's just a test. So there's a procedural texture somewhere. I gotta remember what it's called. There's a few potential ones. I think it's either Voronoi or Musgrave. Yeah, something like this. Actually, yeah, generated is fine. Having it generated and stuff on UVs is ideal, actually. So, I could just use the procedural texture and just move around a little bit to change how it looks. But I can use a randomized texture and then use this as a basis to construct a new mesh. So I can just like use a knife tool or something, or just extrude a bunch of vertices along the edges manually. I think it's sort of a brute force way to do it, but I am fine with doing that, honestly. It's fine. Just trying to find a pattern that I think would look decent. It also would have to accommodate for the two sections of the main. Or I guess three sections. We have a small section over here, the large section, and then the smaller secondary section over here. So the roots are gonna have a somewhat nice clean cut down here, which I can accommodate for while still using the pattern.
It's time you learned a lesson. It's time that you understand.
Oh, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Oh, Aperture Black. Funny to see you here. I'm just doing 3D work. What song was playing? You talking about the previous one? Living Mice? That is from Minecraft. Yeah. Minecraft.
Someone who was blind. Open up your eyes.
Nice.
See the world from where I stand. Me among the mighty. You caged at my command. Open up your eyes.
Sections are a little too big on the back side.
It's time to grow up and get wise. Come now, little one. Open up your eyes.
Well, let's get working on the sections. I don't know if this is ideal. I could just scale a little bit.
But then there comes a moment, a simple truth that you must face.
Should
If
be
you depend on others, you'll never find your place.
so now we just start extruding around the shapes manually. Don't think there's an automated way to do this, really. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe one day, but doing it manually is fine. It's not going to take too long. Maybe like an hour.
You see it all so clearly. The best way to survive is all alone. Open up your eyes.
The face. And subdivide. That is not. Oh, right. Keep it off and hold control to have it on. Attach the face. Maybe not an hour. It could probably take a little less time than that, honestly. In front so I can see it. Yeah, I'm using Veranoid to make sections in the roots of the hair to make them sections, I guess. Like, before, how I had it set up... I can load the previous file, actually. How I had it set up was in a grid pattern, just because of that's how the topology of the mesh was before. So, after this loads, I can show you. You can see... obviously, this is not combs at all, but grids of hair. The grid sections for the roots. And it just follows the topology of the hair, generally speaking. That's not natural looking, obviously, because why would your hair be in a neat grid pattern when they clump up like this? It's not really natural. So that's the idea of this Voronoi, is to make it a randomized looking pattern, and Veranoid does that very nicely. I just need to manually have the vertices move around them, because I don't think I can have that be automatic. I don't think I can. Not without like doing some very in-depth programming with like an add-on or something, maybe, I don't know. It's not really my thing, though. But, yeah, I can probably close this. Yeah, this shouldn't take too long, honestly. Having it snap to the face makes it fairly straightforward. I'm gonna ignore these smaller sections. I don't want super small sections to be part of this, so I can just ignore those and just work around them. Is there any other smaller sections? Yeah, there's that there. Probably that. There's quite a few on the back, actually. Some here. Okay. Boom. Yeah, I like to stream these anyway as well. It's helps me like stay focused to get work done, and it's also nice to see that people enjoy watching these. I've always seen this kind of work to be somewhat mundane, not interesting, but I guess I was wrong about that. Oh, I should probably have these on. Might as well. And did I hit spacebar? Uh-oh. No. Okay. Did not mean to hit the play button there. So get rid of the gizmo. I don't need that. I need this. You know, my workspace a little bit. This may look tedious, but trust me, I have done way worse. And I'm honestly not making bad progress, so there's not a whole lot to do other than just fill these out. That's not a problem, it's so simple to do. I'm gonna keep these smaller sections down on the border here. And who says there can't be like small clumps of hair occasionally? That can still look nice. It just sucks I have to do all this manually in the first place anyway. It's mainly because of how Blender hair particle systems work and how I can't have a single particle system follow like multiple types of curves. It has to be one. If I could do it all in one particle system, I could just have all the parent hair particles just be in random places, and this mosaic pattern would be inherent to how the clumping would work. It's hard to explain why, but that's something I've already done before. Just I can't manually have them follow curves if I do that, which is a problem, because I need that. Ugh, no, I don't agree with that. I think the G5 looks great so far, not gonna lie. I wouldn't hate on it just because it doesn't look like something you would expect it to look like, based on previous experience, because I think it's more reason to expect it to look different to what you're used to, because that's the idea behind a new generation in the first place. I mean, I do have nitpicks of my own, too. It's just I wouldn't dismiss it entirely, you know? I think it looks great. Yeah. And my nitpicks around the new designs are, of course, around the eyes as well. Just, I don't think it's a major problem. I made a whole hour-long video discussing my thoughts on the entire thing, if you haven't seen it already. It's my most recent video. If you have the time to watch it, I would recommend you give it a watch, because it summarizes my thoughts pretty thoroughly. And I still agree with everything I said in that video still at this point. But of course, things might change when more things get revealed, but yeah. No, I haven't tried modeling anything like that because I don't need to for anything. I want to, for anything that I make, I want to have a use for it. If I make Wendigos or something, I wouldn't have a use for it because I have no plans to make any animations to use them at all. It'd be a nice way to learn things, but I also want to make things that I can use as well, and that wouldn't allow for that. Because I have no plans for it, and I don't think I will be at any point in the future. The same applies to like the princesses or some wait, what are the other ones? Like, oh yeah, Spike. I would like to model Spike at some point, but no plans in my immediate future would I see myself using Spike for anything, so I would have a hard time justifying a reason to spend a ton of time making a model that I won't use. If that makes any sense. Of course, I don't mean to say I hate Spike or anything, it's just I have to think about what plans I have in the future, and Spike doesn't, it just so happens not to be involved in any of it, and it applies to a lot of characters. I might make a few exceptions that I can spend a decent, or sorry, I can spend less amount of time on than making a whole new character. Like I could probably make Starlight or something in like a couple days. That would be more reasonable, but still not immediately planned. VTubing isn't really my thing. The thing about me is that I would prefer, heavily prefer, all of my models to be manually animated instead of some weird automated motion tracking system to drive all the motion. It would just look really strange to me. That's my main problem with that kind of thing. So no. Obviously manual animation takes way longer, but that's fine. I mean, the problem with the eyes for me isn't necessarily the size, though that could potentially be part of it. It's more so the spacing between the eyes, like they're a little far apart for me. Makes the ridge, like, makes the ridge between their eyes being too visually wide for me. I think the size of the eyes can work. It's just the placement for me. Though increasing the size could help too. But you know, that's something that would need to be experimented on if any change was to be made. But again, I only see it as a minor problem. It might be more major in the future if I still have a huge problem with it, even like from a year from now. Then yeah, maybe it is more of a problem than I thought, but I would say it's more so just me and a lot of other people just not being familiar with the style and just being so used to how G4 was. And of course, G4 being a very, very different looking style, it's gonna look jarring to a lot of people naturally, which makes sense. Yeah, I can have this one. I think a few of these are manageable. But this is still going to be quite a bit of work. Yeah. Because each one of these sections is going to have their own curve to follow that I have to set up. And also manually rig. Of course, the animation behind it is probably going to be fairly straightforward to automate with Wigglebones. Though of course Wigglebones has their own quirks, but it is more ideal than the automatic physics simulation for the hair, for my case at least, so I know that it would be better. It just still has its own quirks that I have to work around. Yeah, the male character is named Hitch, and I guess he sort of looks like your typical, like, smug jock, I guess, but the thing is, it's just a first impression of the character. There could be a lot more to it than that, you know? I mean, the G4 characters, you could judge them very, very easily based on their, like, first impression, right? When you first met them in, like, the first couple of episodes. They look pretty stereotypical and, like, common and, like, standard in terms of what personality they probably would have, but they had a lot more to it than we probably expected after watching the rest of the season, perhaps, or future seasons. There can be a lot more to it than just the first impression. because yeah, while I'm not too into Hitch's initial like characterization in that preview animation myself, I'm not gonna just jump to conclusions and say he's probably not gonna be a great character or anything like that. We shall wait and see how he's executed in the movie and potentially other like future episodes in the series that's gonna come with it. A stained glass art piece. To explain what I'm doing, okay, I should probably just keep this open just so I can clearly visualize what I'm trying to do here. But I'm trying to get hair to work. For me to make it work in a way that is easily manually controllable, I need to have them follow a curve that I can then hook onto an armature so that I can manually pose them. So I can have full manual control over the hair instead of relying on hair simulation or hair physics simulation for the animation. But the problem I had with my first attempt that I tried last night on my own time was it's not going to look good if it's in a grid pattern that follows the topology of the scalp. It's not natural. So I'm using a mosaic pattern to break up the pattern. That's essentially what I'm doing here, is making a bunch of sections for the hair to grow from. I wouldn't need to do this if I could use a single hair particle system and define which hair strands can follow what curves, but I can't do that. So I have to make manual sections, and each section will have its own particle system, which then can follow its own curve. If that makes any sense. I don't have a huge problem with the 3D you saw in the 2017 movie. I know a lot of people do, but I don't know. I don't mind them too much. It's certainly a contrast to how it looks in the show, but it's fine. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just experimenting at this point. I have no idea if I'm actually gonna go with anything I'm doing today with my, move it to my final products for the characters or anything like that. I'm not sure. The potential for it to look amazing is there. It's just I need it to function in the way I want it to in animation. I will say that if I was just making still renders and still renders only, this would be fairly straightforward, because I won't have to account for hair simulation and hair to move in animation, but I have to account for that, which makes things a lot harder. So if I can make this look good, and also still move in the way I want it to, then it would be potentially viable. Another hurdle I would need to overcome is finding a decent workflow for this, because all of these sections has to be set up manually. I have to make a curve for the hair to follow for each section. So that's a lot of grooming. But the potential is still there for it to look outstanding, and that's what I strive for. But yeah, there's still a lot of potential for it to not work out as well. Like, it's just, there's a lot of variables here that I don't know how it's gonna work out. I want it to work out though. There's so much potential. I should probably just work my way down, just bottom here. Are the different sections different vertex groups? No. They would be separate objects. Having them as separate objects like makes it easier to keep these sections in their own place. It's hard to explain what I mean there, but if I have these sections all in the same mesh in the end, it's sometimes hair can like bleed. I don't know if that's the right word, but the hair can start growing in sections they aren't assigned to. So I would just have them in different objects instead. And that's what I was doing in this. Each one of these sections is in their own object. But now I have to make the pattern less grid-like, which is what this is for. Probably needs a couple of these. I don't want it to be too boxy. Probably. And of course, subdividing this won't be an option once I have them as separate objects, because if I subdivide them, their form gaps will form when there's like a sharp edge here. When it smooths out this section here, and smooths out this section here, smooths out this section here, there's just a gap here. So no subdivision. Which isn't a big deal, because this is just going to be a hidden emitter surface. It's not actually a part of the scalp or anything. It's just for where the hair is going to grow. Small sections, that's fine. Small sections would be hard to manage if there's a lot of them, but since there's just a few and far between, it's fine. Just keep them around the edges. I don't want too many small sections in the middle where they're not even going to be visible anyway, like this. It's too close to the center. This is borderline. I don't know. This definitely won't need. We just ignore it. Because having smaller clumps is fine. It would probably be nice variety. Probably. I don't think this is a standard workflow for anything. It's just me trying to experiment at this point. I don't have an established workflow for what I'm doing. I'm just trying some things out. Currently making sections for hair to grow out of, basically. These are clump sections. I would probably call these, yeah, clump sections.
and party dance. Everything was perfect, cheer was filling up the place. And I saw that every pony had a smile upon their face. I vowed that day to change my life, your past I did set free. For now cheese sandwich was a party pony full of glee. A super duper party pony.
Okay, I think that's everyone. Nope, no, no, no.
I traveled all Equestria and all did know
We shall see.
my name.
If I missed anything else. I think I got everything that I want. Here's this. Okay. So now at this point, I need to fill in the faces. It's fairly straightforward for actually, should I separate these first? Or because I don't want to do it like this. Or do I? If I do it like this where I have them separated, it's kind of hard to tell apart from the mosaics. You can see the edge here, and I don't want that. So I think just putting all in an end gone would be ideal to start off with. Yeah, it would be easier to separate them after the fact too as well. So yeah, do it like this. Oh, don't have that. These are gonna be weird looking end guns, but I suppose that's not a big deal. The hair's gonna follow the curve anyway. Doesn't matter how flat or curved the surface is. I think I might be able to just make that work. Am I missing a section? Ah, yes, we are. don't know what you're trying to ask there for the 2D and 3D thing. I don't know what you're trying to ask there. Don't know if Blender can really fill all these automatically, because I don't think Blender can detect where I want the faces to go. All Blender sees is just a bunch of random lines. I'm pretty sure. I don't think it could fill these in. I just have to tell it where it is and fill it in. I don't know. It's not a big deal. I don't know what it looks like in smooth. Not horrible, it's just... Oh, it's not what it's built for. Alright, so those are our sections. Now I need to separate them into a different object. I don't know if I can do this automatically by face. So I'll just have to do it manually. And then put that. Kind of curious how I'm going to do the tail, because the tail has a very small foundation for the roots to grow from. I'm gonna have to think about that. Anyway. Now, we have to separate these. Oh, I probably didn't need to do that last one. This is already. Oh, am I doing it one face at a time? Because there's no way to separate them by face. It's by material, by loose part, or by selection. So, yeah. And that took me like a minute and a half, so it's not a big deal. Like, it's fine. The actual tedious part is just setting up all the paraparticle systems. 79 of them. Yay. But I kinda have to do it this way.
I know you were worried for a second there, weren't you? Well, I think it's all gonna work out just fine, Mr. President.
Anyway, so what was the particle system name for this? Please select it. It was 29. And I'll just keep it in the same general location. It was 29. Neat thing is that the actual curve is still preserved. It's still here. I just need to move it slightly so it's actually aligned a little bit better. But let's see. Can't do it that way. How am I gonna get this to align again? There's another weird part of this I noticed before. It's kind of weird to get this to align the way I want it to. I can't just do that. So I have to translate it. Anyway. I mean, it doesn't have to be exact or anything, it's just... It's probably good enough. Move it a little more. I need to modify the curve a little bit to prevent that. Right? Yeah. Oh, edge split. I forgot about the edge split thing. That would make sense. Well, at least I didn't lose too much time to that. I'm not sure what would be the best way to have the density of the hair set up. This is 1,000 strands right now. Would you expect 1,000 strands of hair to be around growing around this section, this size for around I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. If we have like 100,000 strands of hair, and I have like, wasn't it 70 sections? About, I would just say 80. You have like 80 sections. So, on average, yeah, I guess it would be about 1,000 for like the average size section. Actually, a good way to make sure I have around the same density of hair for each section, I would need a good way to calculate the surface area of each section. I forgot if there's a good way to do that, though. Is there a good way to do that? To calculate surface area? Well, I don't know. I don't remember. I haven't had to do this. Statistics. Yeah, I want to get basic information. I mean, it seems like simple enough. You just need to calculate the surface area for each polygon, which is a very simple thing to do, mathematically speaking. You just add them all up at the end. So I would think there would be a way to do it, but I wouldn't do it automatically. Obviously, I'm trying to do this all manually would be stupid. It doesn't want to be worth my time, but. A 3D print add-on. Well, I think I'll just roll with what I have right now. I mean, it's not like I can't change the setting later. It's literally just a number right here that I can change. I guess I might as well have it at the average, because this looks like a pretty average size, at least. So, yeah. Now for the diameter of the roots, maybe it's a bit too thick. Let me get the whole model be visible here. Let's just see the context. Might as well show everything. I mean, I guess it could be smaller. Hold on. I don't like that I have two of these here. Kind of annoying. It's probably about right. It's when you can just nib out all the box. 3D print toolbox. It's already on. Sidebar? What? Wait, what is it? Huh. Well, that's not what I was expecting. Yeah, I don't know where to get this 3D print functions to show up. Check the 3D print tab. Wait, is there a 3D print tab? Oh, there is. Oh. When did... I don't remember this being here. Okay. Well, we got our area. So... here is how we are going to do this, then. Actually, I should just, select everything. Oh, not the curve. Or do I have this all in one piece still? I don't want to count that. I'm not counting this. So no curve. Why can I select the curve? The curve is still here. So, area. I can't do it all at once. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just put these all in one piece again. Temporarily. So we have... let's take note of this. We have 124.4-ish cubic... or sorry, centimeters squared. So if I want to have 100,000 strands exactly, we'll just get the area of this section. After I undo what I did. Okay. So the area was that. We just divide it. Wait, let me think about the math. I'm not doing this right. So I want to find the percentage. Okay, so I want to do this. So it's about 19%. No, point. Sorry, no, that's not right. It's 1.9%. Sorry, with the decimal. 1.9% of 100,000. Okay, so the actual number is actually a little larger than I thought. It's about 1,900. Not that old. It's not that much. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it works. Thank God it works. Anytime I go to a new section, I can just click the area button. And I get my results. And I can just do some quick math, and then I can just get a number to put in here. Alright. Well, we got that figured out. So I guess the part I need to do now is actually set up a new curve for the next section I want to work on. And this is the part where I really need to figure out a good workflow. The stuff I did before is fine as is. I just spent like an hour or so working on, more like an hour and a half, I guess, getting the mosaic thing figured out. I can probably do that faster next time too, but this is where my time is actually going to start like getting eaten up. Each curve, there's going to be one curve for each section. You have to set up for each section. It's going to be a pain. Well, first things first. Actually, don't crash if I do make this, please. Okay, we're good. So I need to move this to a different section. This is section 9. Let's do 8. I also suppose in the meantime, I should move all these into their own sections as well. Spam the new button for a bit. This is necessary, by the way. The way the particle system works for how you can tell it to follow a specific curve is by having a collection filter it out. So you can't select a curve you want it to follow. You have to select a collection for what fields it uses to influence how the hair is shaped. If that makes any sense. Basically, in a nutshell, I have to have all these collections. That is necessary. Not amazing, because it's kind of tedious to manually set up. But I can imagine there could be a way to do this automatically. If I were to like figure out how to at least program like a decent, at least simple add-on. It doesn't seem too complicated just to set all these objects into a collection of a same number of what it's ending off on. But whatever. I'll live. But in the end, this is not what's going to eat up my time. It's setting up the curves itself. This will take a couple minutes. The curves might take hours. That is what I'm mostly worried about. That is where I would actually want to save time for future times I would do this. Yeah. They're starting to get close enough where I don't have to keep scrolling, so I can start speeding up. Whoops. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, the shortcut is Control M. No, wait. No, just M. It's M or Shift M to move to collections, but it's gonna take so much time for me to just go through this hierarchy of stuff just to get to Chura's hair sim test collections. And then I have to scroll to each one. Trust me, full screening this and just manually moving them around would be way faster than doing it like that. So, also, why is this hair no longer aligned anyway? What'd I do? Oh. Okay. It just aligned itself after I just moved it and stopped moving it? Sure, why not? It's funny how having like 7,000 hours in Team Fortress 2 has helped my mouse precision. That actually makes it applicable to work. It's kind of funny. Oh, whoops. Caps lock breaks the screencast keys, and I don't like it. I press on accident sometimes when I try to hit shift. So we need the hair mesh to be visible again. I need to grab this, make it its own thing, which is, this is on 2. I was gonna do 8 first, but whatever. It doesn't matter too much. That's 2. I'll have it on O2 actually, it'll probably be easier to see. I should name the curves too. coarse. I have a metallic mouse pad. It's not cloth. It's a smooth surface. However, the traction pads on my mouse is kind of wearing down, so it's not the smoothest experience at this point. The trackpads are just wearing out. But yeah, that's just how it is. Anyway. Oh yeah, I should probably select all of these and link the material. Okay. You're on your own thing, right? Yep. Okay. No. I don't know why it's so finicky to align these curves initially. It is very weird, but okay. It's just a weird quirk with getting the hairs to follow a curve, I guess. I mean, I don't know how else I would do it. Anyway. It's weird. It's like not down the center, it's like at the edge of it or something, or somewhere around there. I have to have it placed in order for it to be somewhat aligned. Somewhat. And even when I get all these curves placed, I'll probably have to do a lot of adjustments to how they are, like, groomed to make it look better, because I'm pretty sure it's going to look pretty rough in the first pass. But hopefully I can get something that can work. I also... let's see. What happens if I do... I hope... Oh god. I can only expect some weird problems to occur that I'm not going to foresee when I try doing this method and try developing it, and that I can't overcome. There's so many weird things I don't know about this yet. This method of using curves to guide the hair. I mean, the curve aspect is great and all. I can manually control this with bones. I can have them hooked on. It's just... it's gonna be a lot of work to set it all up, and what if it just doesn't... There's some other problem I don't suspect. It makes me nervous. Yeah, I know going into this would be kind of a pain setup. I don't know. The potential of it looking really nice is there, which is kind of what's keeping me going with trying this out. So weird. The curve just pivots on like the edge, which makes it weird. It, oh, God. And I can't change that. That's just how it inherently behaves, I think. Why is hair so finicky? Why don't you just work? I do have a drawing tablet, but I am I'm way more comfortable with the a mouse and keyboard than I am with a pen. I'm actually very, very unsteady with a pencil in my hand. Very, very unsteady. So yeah, mouse and keyboard. I don't feel like a tablet's necessary for 3D work anyway. It's way more useful when you try to actually draw stuff. It's not really great to draw with a mouse, usually, but drawing is still not really something that I'm too comfortable with still, but I do want to get better at it someday, eventually. I can only imagine trying to get hair, like actual hair simulation to keep this shape. Like it's so unnatural for the hair to just be straight out like that. I can see why the hair simulation is just tough to work. Might be better to work my way up the hierarchy, but we'll see. Oh yeah, let me check the surface area. Okay. I'm gonna do the same for this. Yeah, I don't even know what's going on here, other than just my placement being bad. That's so weird. So, root is on the right side now. I don't understand. So intuitive. I have to keep iterating on this until it gets close enough. I don't even know what's going on. Okay. Sure. I don't really plan to do 2D animation. I guess it's not really my passion. I do want to learn how to draw just for the sake of it, because it'd just be nice to know. It's just 2D animation isn't really my passion. I wouldn't have a reason to pursue its... I really wish selecting the hair didn't select the face mesh. This is gonna be weird. I know this is gonna look weird. I'm nervous this is gonna look as good as I think it will. At least when it comes to trying this method out. It would look way better if I had it all in one particle system. I'm pretty sure. But that I can't control that, which is a major no-no. I need control over it. It's not an option. Weird pinch we have to hold here. Yeah, I'm suspecting problems with this, for sure. I don't have an idea what they look like together in cycles. It's kind of hard to get an idea. It's not enough hair yet. I can only imagine how annoying it'll be to style this as well. Major concerns I have is, of course, like I mentioned before, the potential problems I might not foresee with this method, but also the workflow being just too crazy and efficient for me to reasonably do this at like a larger scale with like making this for every character that I do, you know? And a lot of the problem with the workflow is mostly because of Blender not having great systems for manual control over the hair. I have to use curve guides, and that's really inefficient to set up, especially when you have a lot of sections. Oh, 1 second. Also, maybe I should use principled hair shader. I'm not using it right now. I've done experiments with both of these before, and principled itself looks fine. Fairly fine, I guess. This is far more expensive to render, and also doesn't even work in Eevee, which is interesting, actually. I forgot about that. Why doesn't it work in Eevee yet? That's the question. Denoising smears it quite a bit still, which is not surprising. Have to wait for it to sample out. The more I think about this, guys, the more problems I can see myself running into. There's also the problem with, you know, rigging these in the first place. I mean, that's obviously going to be tedious, but I also have to set up the wiggle bone thing, and that's tedious as well. One of these days, like, hair is such a complicated topic that I feel like it's one of the only things that I would really need, like, someone educated on the topic to tutor me. And I don't think I would say that about a lot of things, but that's just definitely one of those things. If I was making a more realistic character, then I could probably just get away with just using the default hair simulation thing and just be fine with that, but... I mean, there's also a problem with accessories in the hair, too. This solution might work for that, but if I... Man, yeah, I don't know, man. I am just foreseeing a lot more things now that might be problematic. But the potential is there for it to look great. It's just hard. So many technical problems with using hair. The reasons I wanted to try this curve method is because that's sort of the vibe I got when looking at these characters in motion in that preview animation. Because I felt like I was able to detect that, hey, this hair animation doesn't look fully simulated. It looks like it's manually manipulated. Gave me some ideas, but I have a feeling there's a lot of problems with doing it like this. A lot of which I didn't even foresee. Like, I didn't realize how finicky getting these curves to even align with the hair in the first place would be. In fact, that I have to place the curves at like the very edge of it for it to align, not the center, which makes it very strange when you try to rotate it. So it pivots around the edge, which just doesn't look right. It looks very strange, and that's just how it would have to be. So that's already a major problem that I wouldn't know how to fix. How does it behave if I increase? Because I only have one strand. Where's the strand growing from, actually? Okay, I think I might know why now. So, if that's the case... But if I increase it, it no longer follows the curve. in unison. Which is weird. I don't know why it would be doing that. This is the kind of stuff that I worry about when I try to do anything regarding this. This is just... like, what is it even doing here? I don't think I can do anything with the force field here to change anything. It just follows the curve in its own way that I can't control. So another way I could address this is to force the single strand to be in the center instead. I don't know if I can do this just for random seeds, maybe. Doesn't seem too fun. And then I can just move it in place. So now it follows that just fine. And then I can just rotate freely without it being pivoting on like a weird spot. Yeah. I mean, it's still a little weird. Like, I don't like how the hair's just going into the scalp there. And what is even happening here? Yeah, the hair is going into the scalp but then looping back out. Okay. Like that, I have to rotate it, I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot to do one thing with these two. These sections. I needed to shrink them so they can be a little bit more inside the skull so that the roots don't grow in midair. I mean, they kind of go inside a little bit. Maybe that's fine. I'll probably make that work. No, that's fine. Probably. I'm just kind of thinking right now. I don't know. Oh, that is not the right one. I guess I should do that for the others. I better wait till the line will probably just be cursor there and rotate as much as I can. Scale. This scale's not behaving the way I expected it to. Just what's going on? Maybe I was pressing the wrong button. Like that. I don't even know what's going on in the chat right now, guys. What is even happening? Yeah, okay. Well, I'm looking back at chat. Look, it's a little weird. You are answering people's comments that clearly aren't directed towards you, dude. It's a little confusing. No, you were doing that. You were. I looked back. You were clearly doing that, whether you realize it or not. So you should probably just pay attention to what comments are being directed towards. No, this is just a YouTube stream. You were responding to people as if they were talking about you, but clearly that was not what the case was, so. Why would I kick them, though? Unless they're being intentionally malicious, I wouldn't do that. And that's just not responsible. where's the curve? There we go. Hidden. I guess that problem is somewhat solved, I guess. Still foresee a lot of problems, though. Yeah, break doesn't go over there. Sure.
Equestria, the land I love, a land of harmony. Our flag does wave from high above for pony kind to see. Equestria, a land of friends, where pony kind do roam.
I guess I'll try to just create the main section up to here and see what happens, see how it looks. If I'm not happy with how it looks, I might just abandon the idea. Hair is incredibly difficult to do. I really wish I could do this cleanly. This kind of visual style for the hair. Hair meshes can't do that. Like, it's not possible. You can't get hair meshes to look like this. It's just not possible. Hair meshes are way easier to work with rigging. Easier to pose and animate. They don't look as good. I mean, if I can get a workflow that is efficient, then I would like to add this process to my other models I've already done so far, but there's a lot of problems I foresee with this method, and I have a hard time imagining this working out in the end, the more I think about it. So, it is what it is, I guess. Oh, alright, let me work down the hierarchy, maybe. Nah, I don't care. It's fine. It's not doing. It's fine. The problem with not using subdivision, well, it keeps the segments from having gaps or too much overlap. It does make the entire clump fairly sharp looking as well, which I also don't know how I feel about yet. Another problem with this method. It's hard for me to give a percentage of completion at this point. And all the primary animations done for Coloratura is just a lot of extra stuff I still have to do. I'm not pleased with the shape of the clumps. And there's not much that I can do about it. Clearly, I'm not as confident as I was earlier with this. Let's see some problems. Good enough. Uh, I didn't account for that again. This feeling of helplessness that I get when working with hair, I never really experienced with many other things that I try to do. Hair particles, such a pain. And I'm not happy with this. I don't think this is gonna work. This whole clump thing I don't think is the right approach. Yeah, I don't know. Hair is too technical to be creative with, I think. You have to do it in a very specific way. I can't just improvise. I have to, like, learn the intricacies of this system. And in fact, I'm pretty sure Blender just might be too limited in the first place, too, compared to other, like, more industry standard animation software. Like, the hair simulation aspect is primitive in comparison. And this is a conclusion I've reached before as well. Every time I've tried using hair, it's like, ugh. It's too limiting. I don't have enough control over it, and it's also inefficient when I try to do it like this too, and I don't even think I'm getting good looking results anyway. I mean, I can still obviously refine material work and all that, and the shaders. It's just, that's not the problem yet. It's mostly the shape, how the hair's flowing, I'm not too happy with. This would look a lot better if I was able to use one particle system, but that's just not user control. It's just, I can't get an optimal solution here. Every path I go down, I encounter unavoidable problems that breaks it for me. And right now I think I'm probably just gonna stop trying this method. I still want to try to get this to work. It's just there's not many options I can take still. It's very, very limiting in what I can do. What's more likely to happen is maybe I can get like a fur coat for the characters. I've done that before, and I've gotten close to making that work. And I can imagine myself getting that to work. Maybe. It's mostly like a memory problem at this point for fur, but just quickly show what I'm talking about. 1 second. One moment. This is what I'm kind of talking about. Did some test with fur with Pinkie Pie before. The hair you see up here is actually still the hair mesh. This is not hair simulation, this is an actual hair mesh still. But there's an actual fur particle system here. And it looks fairly decent. I could still make improvements here and there to make it look a little better, but the main problem I encountered was, again, getting this to work in motion. But the technical problems I was having is completely different, which I think I know my way around now at this point. Well, no, there's still one problem, which is memory usage. when you have this many hair particles loaded in the scene at once, it takes up a lot of memory. Sure, it's decently intensive to render, but the main issue is the memory usage. And graphics cards these days still only have like 8 gigabytes on average of VRAM. So, I don't know. It just makes me think if it's really worth going for right now. I don't know. This method works for simple hair, with the main downside is that it's extremely intense to render because of how many transparency meshes are stacked on top of each other. And it's hard to explain why that's so intense to render, but it just is. The main other issue with this hair mesh method is curly and poofy hair for someone like Pinkie Pie, and also trying to replicate this style using the hair plane or the hair layer meshes is not feasible, at least not to this level of fidelity. It might be more doable for Sunnies, but this is too curly for it to be reasonable. At least for what based on my own knowledge and abilities, I guess. I've made characters with furry, like, coats, I guess, yes. I can show one. The only reason this one that I'm about to show worked as well as it did is because a lot of it is based in reality. How things it would look like in a hyper-realistic fashion. This is something that I made, that I made not long after like Detective Pikachu was announced. I wanted to give using the hair simulation a shot, and I think I made a decent result to replicate the realistic Detective Pikachu style. And honestly, it probably wouldn't behave too poorly in animation because a lot of it is grounded in reality. But the MOP mains don't follow that rule. The fur coats I can probably make work like this. It's just I have concerns about memory usage mostly. It just makes me wonder if it's worth it, especially when I have to consider that I might have many different instances of the model in the scene at once to be loaded in. And I'm pretty sure if I had 2 of those models loaded into the scene at the same time, I might just like exceed my memory budget. Hmm. I'm glad that I figured out a method that works for me. There are some severe limitations with it that I'm not happy with. It's just, what other option do I have that can make work? I can't brute force myself to learn the hair simulation at this point. It's just so complicated and limiting. I don't know what to do, so... No, I'm just... Yeah, if you're just joining in, I'm just kind of just mulling over my thoughts at this point. Tried some experimentation with hair particles again, and quickly running into problems again, which I suppose shouldn't be unexpected, because it's just such a limiting system in Blender right now. I don't know what to do with it. I can't brute force myself to learn it. Oh, not by myself, at least. They make electricity so surely they wouldn't be covered in fur? No. In fact, having fur would probably inherently make you more able to generate static electricity, right? Anyway, that was a comment related to that Pichu render I just showed, obviously. But yeah. That was a very quick way to get yourself banned. See you later. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's kind of why I want to have a fur coat of some kind. It's just it is incredibly taxing in memory usage, and it's I can overcome the hair simulation in motion at this point. I'm pretty sure it's just the memory usage. I don't know what to do about that. Like, I could render on my CPU instead. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM to use, which is 8 times more than my VRAM budget. So, but the problem with that is the CPU. Even though my CPU is incredible, a CPU just isn't as well built for rendering as a GPU is. A GPU's way faster at that. So it would just decrease my render times as a result of me swapping rendering methods. So it's less encouraging for me to go that route too. It's kind of why I want to like have just a chat with like some of the people behind the G5 movie, just to like poke at their brain, see why or how they managed to do some of the things they did with the hair, especially. Well, the Animal Crossing like texture they use for that like neat fur effects, it's mostly carried by normal maps, and the effect only looks good in like a real-time rendered environment. If you try to translate that into a ray traced environment, it won't look as convincing. So I wouldn't go down that route necessarily. At least not the way they did. I technically, I do have a texture to represent fur in a way. Just, I try not to make it too pronounced. Because at the end of the day, it's fake, and if the more attention I put to it, the more obvious it is, and I don't want it to be too obvious, but I still want something to be there to say, hey, this is not just a flat texture on the entire body. I want to imply fur in some way without actually having fur. How's the experiment going? Not well. At this point, I feel like I've worn out what I could do. Again, I tried a method that I think, okay, that I thought it could work. Potentially there are things that I can make work, but the problem I was having was the aesthetics and the efficiency of the workflow. I don't like where either of those were going, so I just stopped. And I don't think I could overcome any of those because it's just too complicated. It's too complicated for me to really work around. There's not many options that I can take. And I don't like that. Hair is like one of the only things I've run into roadblocks over and over and over again. It's hard to innovate in that aspect. I don't know. Yeah. That's exactly why I figured they're those preview animations of the G5 characters, the hair clearly looks manually manipulated for the animation to me, which gave me this idea. It's just it I don't think I can do it the same way they did because I don't know how they did it. I just had an idea that I think might have been able to work, but no, there's too many problems with what I was trying to do. I don't know if I would have the privilege to chat with people that worked on G5. It'd be nice, but, you know, it is what it is. It's probably the only like accessible way I can think of to actually get some knowledge on it. Even if they aren't using like the same program, it would just be nice to know why their system works the way it does and how, even if it's not possible in Blender. It'd just be nice to be educated. Yeah. I think they had to up the quality of the hair because the quality of the body is so higher. I mean, it's more so the rendering environment. They are rendering in a ray-traced environment, which means that light bounces in a realistic way as if it was real life. A great example of this on Izzy herself is the blue light from bouncing off of her hair going right onto her body. You would not get this if it wasn't ray-traced. And in order to make the ray tracing effects look more convincing, you would want to use hair that looks realistic as well. It's a lot of what drives my stylistic choices with my models as well. I want the eyes to look realistic. I want the eyelashes to look realistic. I want the hair to look realistic. I want the body fur to look realistic to what extent I can, at least, while still keeping the cartoony proportions. Because that's just what looks best in a ray-traced environment, in my opinion. There's only I can only go so far with that, though, with technical limitations and also limits of my knowledge and all that. I'm gonna be jealous of G5 for a while. There's just no way I can get hair to look like this. I would love to do it though. Well, I guess that's it for the experimentation. Like, I have nothing else to do. Like, I could do fur coats again. It's just, like, after thinking about it again as well, like, memory limitations is a severe problem that I can't get around. Because I need the fur to be incredibly high dense. Like, there needs to be lots of fur. Lots of individual fur particles. There's no getting around that. So I don't think I can go down that route right now. Maybe one day when GPUs have like a standard VRAM capacity that's way higher than 8 gigabytes. I think it's starting to get increased a little bit. I think isn't like the new 3080 like 12 gigabytes, or maybe it was like 11 or something, some weird number. I don't remember. It was a little higher than 8, but it's still not too much more to the point where it'd be a game changer for me. How would key marks look with the fur? I have test renders of this somewhere. I can look real quick. Give me a few minutes. Yeah, this is the right folder. Maybe. Okay, so here's some examples of test renders. These were not finalized in any capacity, by the way. But it's also quite noisy. Well, do I have other examples? Hold on, wait. Hold on. Okay, I have what I want to show. So this is about as far as I went last year with fur. I have some other examples I can show that were a bit earlier, but yeah, test renders using fur. Some iteration as I went on, but yeah. Basically how it ended up looking. It doesn't look bad. I had problems with getting it to work in motion and also VRAM usage. I can solve one of those problems, but the other problem I can't solve yet. The background is an HDRI, which means it is a 360-degree photo that was taken. This is not a 3D scene. This is just to provide lighting to the scene. This is just a texture. A 360-degree texture, that's it. Don't get too impressed by the background. It's just a photo. Pretty much. Not very pony-like? Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. I did push the fur to be a lot more soft in appearance than what you'd expect from an actual horse, I suppose. I did that for a few reasons. But, yeah. Like, yeah, obviously the fur is just too long as well. I also might as well show a few of these. One second. Give me a minute. I'm going to show you some work in progress experimental hair simulations for the actual Pinky mane. What you see here is still the hair mesh. This is the hair mesh that I went back to after my experiments didn't end up working out. But of course the fur is real. But these are hair meshes, and what I'm about to show is not going to be that. So, first work in progress image we have here. This is about a year ago at this point. Again, work in progress, only one section of the main. And I was also working on the fur at the same time. I was still working on that simultaneously. But yeah, section of the main. I like how the fur looks in general. It looks nice. It didn't look all uniform like I was having problems with just now. It actually looked fairly nice. More experiments. This was fairly rough. I don't like this. And I kept working on more sections of the main, refining the details. And I kept going. And so I got up to about here, where I started just iterating more and more and more and more and more. Until I got about how I got to how I liked the look of it. The main problem I had was getting it to work in motion, unfortunately, and I couldn't go with it. I had to go back to the old method, even though I like this look way more. It's just how it is. I am very sad to say, and I still wouldn't know what to do about that. Yeah, the fur is so long. Rough. Yeah. This is probably the most detailed render I have saved at this point. It's not... I don't have the full main complete at this point, but... yeah. I got pretty far. It's just... the motion. That's what broke it. I couldn't get it to work in motion. I think I have test runs of that too. So, for reference, this is still about a year ago at this point. This was back in April 2020. I gotta remember where I have this stuff. It's been a while. Don't think this has it. No. I doubt that. Might need a few minutes to find it. Yeah. Here's one of my later tests of trying to get it to work in motion. It's not ideal. The main issue is the fact that it's really hard to get the hair to keep its shape while also allowing it to move around. For it to keep its shape, you increase the stiffness value, but if you increase the stiffness value, the less it'll be able to actually move and react to the motion of the head. I tried to find a compromise, but it's still, I still couldn't hold its shape, unfortunately. It just kept breaking, especially for the front section, but it's... yeah. I have a ton more tests too of earlier versions. Yeah. This is pretty early on. Yeah. There's not much I could do about it. I kept running into the same problems no matter what I did. I mean, technically, Blender's hair simulation uses the cloth simulation as a base. I think it does like the same kind of math, for as far as I can tell. So, I don't think that's the problem. It's just, I don't know. Well, alright. Well, I don't know what to do right now. I've effectively stopped trying again. Just realizing how many problems there are trying to get hair simulation to work in Blender. It's just been discouraging. It's not so bad, honestly. Well, no, okay. The, where was it? This was done a year ago. This was April 19. April 19. So, yeah, about a year ago at this point. And while the style of it doesn't look too bad, I could still improve on it at this point, right? But the main problem I had was getting this hair to work in motion. And I think you might have just missed it when I showed this off, but I did lots of tests like this, trying to get the hair to respond in a way that I would be satisfied with when it moves, and I was never able to get it to work the way I wanted to. And I was on this for months, or sorry, no, about a month straight. I was stuck on this. Getting the hair combed and looking the way it was didn't take nearly as long as trying to figure out the motion, and I never figured it out. Almost no, this was a year ago. 1 year ago. 1 year ago. 1 year ago. Not 2. Now, the problem with increasing stiffness on its own is that once you start increasing that stiffness, the hair, sure, will keep its shape better, but then it will stop responding to motion. It will become incredibly stiff, hence the stiffness being called what it is. It just becomes rigid. No, it was April 19th. The 19th day of April in 2020. That's... No. Sorry if that wasn't clear. April 2020. It was like near the end of April. So yeah, I could work on menu edit, I suppose. It's kind of hard to just jump right back into that after kind of a bit of a failure of a experiment this was today. I could probably just get rid of that, the yellow text. Kind of done with that now at this point. I'll just save it in this. No, studying how it moves in real life does nothing for me to know how to configure the physics settings. There's nothing for that, because it's all a technical problem, not an artistic problem. It's purely technical. I know how hair should move like that in my head. I just can't achieve that with the actual hair simulation, because it needs to keep the shape while also being able to move around, and it just doesn't do that. Which I suppose, I mean, that kind of hair setup in real life isn't realistic, but these aren't realistic hairstyles, right? So it's just hard to get a real hair simulation to behave the way you want it to behave for your more cartoony proportions and hairstyles and stuff. So that can go. Goodbye. See you.
This one's too young, this one's too old. He clearly has a terrible cold.
This is all one match, right?
He's way too uptight.
There it is.
Well, nothing's wrong with this one. He seems alright. His girlfriend sure thinks so. How about this one? He's much too flashy. He might too if he weren't so splashy. Too short, too tall, too clean, too smelly. Strangely obsessed with tubs of jelly. I don't think that we're mistaken. It seems all the good ones are taken.
Yeah, that's one thing I would like to do, is figure out a way to just have a chat with someone that worked on the movie, and especially someone that might have worked on, you know, the hair and stuff. I would be very curious to see if I could get any information on like how the heck you can do that kind of stuff. Even if it's not possible in Blender, I would just like to be educated a bit more. Because I know Blender is very limited in terms of hair right now, still. They can only do so much. Not very flexible.
Hello, and I am here to say, how you doing? I'm gonna make you smile, and I will brighten up your day. It doesn't matter now. What's up? If you are sad or blue, howdy. 'Cause cheering up my friends is just what Pinky's here to do. 'Cause I love to make you smile.
Well, I suppose I can
Yes, I do.
just move on.
It fills my heart with sunshine all the while. Yes, it does. 'Cause all I really need is a smile, smile, smile from these happy friends of mine. I like to see you grin. Awesome! I would love to see you beam. Rock on! The corners of your mouth turned up is always Pinky's dream. But if you're kind of
Money and a lot of GPU. I mean, sure. I'm more so curious about just how you would even get hair set up like that in the first place, you know, hardware aside.
Yes, I do. Bust it out from ear to ear. Let it begin.
I don't know if I'll be able to do much else today. You know, it's hard for me to really focus on working if I just, you know, get discouraged by something. So, I don't know. I don't feel like I can do my best work right now. Which is kind of annoying because I was planning to get Minuet done, like, now. But the G5 stuff getting announced and also, you know, me trying out the hair thing not working out. Yeah, I don't know. It's not something you can just Google, by the way. It is too complicated of a topic. It's so technical and proprietary to a lot of studios as well. Like, you can't just Google it and get information. It doesn't work like that. It's not that kind of topic. I think I could just do some of the basic stuff, like getting the colors set up for the coat and the eyes and stuff, the cutie mark maybe. I think I'll start with that and see how I feel afterwards. I'm gonna grab some colors. So we have minuets. Let's see, swirl. I mean, I could take a look, but the style of hair isn't exactly what I'm going for. I don't know. Actually, I want a different version of Blender here. Is there good refs of their cutie marks at this point? Let's see. Did I grab any? This works. Okay, I'll use that. Bone controlled from the thumbnail. Now that is intriguing. That is intriguing indeed. If you do join, be sure to let me know if you happen to discover anything in that regard. That's definitely the biggest aspect that I'm missing, is trying to get my hair to be manually controllable while still keeping its graphical fidelity, I guess, that I got with Pinkie Pie from like a year ago. Like I wouldn't know how to do that. I only have hair simulation at my disposal at this point, and I'm not satisfied with how that ends up looking. I'll just copy these, or at least one of them. Oh. Right, holding the button down, it gives you an average, which is, I suppose, helpful. Like that. Alright. I think these are curved, aren't they? Can't make a segment. I don't know why it does that sometimes. I don't even get it. It's weird. I don't get it. Let's see, how am I going to do the corner here? Just do a vector. 3? Yeah. I mean, my sleep schedule is always rotating all around. And this is kind of how I've been for like the past half decade, pretty much. I don't really have a set sleep schedule, like at all. And it's just been how I am, how I've been for ages. This game mark is shared with a different character, right? Dr. Hooves. I wonder if this hourglass glass part is supposed to be semi-transparent. Would be kind of interesting, but if it is, then it would be a bit brown instead of blue on Dr. Hooves if it's the same queuing mark. So let's take a look. Oh, it doesn't look like it, actually. No, it's still blue. The glass is still blue. Okay. No, I don't get overworked. It's just my sleep schedule just isn't regular. That's just how I've been. What? Let's bring these back to... No, not bad. Can't remember what it is. I guess I'll just subdivide it. Okay. The hair particle system just, I think, still doesn't work well for me. Just couldn't figure things out still. I so desperately want it to work though, but because the visual fidelity potential is there, it can look really, really nice. I think I've gotten decent results before. It's just hard to do both, where it can look good visually, but also react to movement properly in the way you'd want it to. And I couldn't do both, even still. This time I had a problem with visual fidelity being sacrificed for the functionality of being able to manually control the hair. Like I just hit a roadblock really quickly there. Got the color. Uh-oh. That's back. I'm still not entirely convinced the series is confirmed to be 3D. I mean, it probably is going to be, but in terms of its confirmation that it is, I doubt it. I don't know. I have my worries if it is going to be 3D though. Always have had worries with 3D TV shows, especially like kid shows. They tend to not look great. It's a big concern. Interesting way to preserve the shape, but I will roll with it. Wait. Okay. No, I'm not working for Hasbro at any capacity, not even remotely. Please check that FAQ. I answered that there. I'm still independent, so don't get any ideas. Cutie mark. No. Let's just get this mapped on. Wait. So alpha goes in here. Okay. I don't know myself. It's a little messy in there. Especially it's getting bloated a little bit with a bunch of nodes. Not ideal. Just move these down. Yeah. So what's the size that needs to be here? Not too big. Okay. I mean, Pixar pioneered a lot of things. A lot of things. More than just those two things. There were lots of things they did first. Now, Sea Swirl, the other character that shares the same main style. I need to find a cutie mark reference for it. And the only shots that would be ideal, without it being too much of a hassle to work with, is finding one where it's a perfect side view, profile view of the flank area, and she would not be moving or anything, so that the cutie mark is not skewed in any way. So let's see, let me find a... Let me start with Season 5. Or let's just go back to this one. Yeah, that's fine. Nah, that's decent. I will have that up later. I already noticed her cutie mark before how it was designed, to be honest. Also, what is this? This isn't her cutie mark. Wait. What is this? Wait. Wait a minute, what? No. That's... She's not a Pegasus. What is going on here? Wait. Is it just one of those weird moments again? This is Season 5. What the heck? That's usually something you see in Season 1, where like they use the wrong character for the wrong, like, species. Okay, hold on. Weird. I mean, I guess the different cutie mark makes sense. It just happens to be look-alike, I guess. Yeah. Got lucky. I think I'll take this. This is a pretty clear close-up. Hmm. Okay. Wait, where's the camera? Here we go. That's fine. I mean, her name is, well, I guess fandom name. I don't know if she has an official name, but the name on the wiki is Sea Squirrel, if that means anything. I'll get to that. Alright, so
crazy where I see love. You fall so low but so high. Big dreamer, shoot for open sky. So much life in those open eyes. So much depth you look for light. When your wounds open, you will cry. You cry, oh no, and you question why.
punch going on here.
I can see a rainbow in your tears as they fall down. I can see your soul grow through the pain as they hit the ground. I can see a rainbow in your tears as the sun comes out. As the sun comes out. I can see a rainbow in your tears as they fall down. I can see your soul grow through the pain as they hit the ground. I can see a rainbow in your tears as the sun comes out. As the sun comes out. Come on, apples, y'all know this one. I'm thinking you.
Such a contrast in the style of song. It'd be hard to believe if you didn't know it that this song is from the same series as one I just played before. There's such a variety. I'm not gonna match exactly at first. Oh. That's how a little better. Yeah, G5 is guaranteed to have continuity with G4 to some extent. That's basically all we know. We just know that the main 6 is referenced. And that must mean that the G4 is has some kind of continuity. In some fashion. Main 6 aren't actually in the film, for as far as I know, but they are referenced. Hmm. That's looking weird. I mean, there's not much known about G5 to really explain, other than we know it has some continuity with G4, but just like way into the future. You know, one of the things we know is some of the new character designs and names, and we have some screenshots. That's about it. I mean, there is a synopsis. If you want to actually look up some of the plot, I would kind of consider those kind of spoilery, but yeah, if you want to look that up, that's also a thing. Cutie mark. I mean, theoretically, yes, Discord would still be around, but you also kind of have to take into consideration the logistics of keeping Discord around with John Delancey. I think the only reason you would see him in G5 is because John Delancey's probably not coming back to reprise the role. If Discord's coming back, it's going to be a different person. If. Alright. There we go. Alright, now we apply this. Where's my notes? Here we are. Okay, what's the size on that? Okay. So it's mirrored. Okay. Cool. We don't know much about G5, like I said. When it comes to alicorns, who knows if that's like an immortality thing or not. Yeah, headcanons don't count for much of anything other than just theories. Nothing objective there in terms of what's actually going to be canonical, right? And even like official side stories in like merchandise or books or comics or whatever is technically not on the table either. Any of that kind of stuff can be retconned because what takes priority is the show itself, the movie itself, you know. Even G4 itself, like the actual show, isn't the end-all be-all for what's canonical. They could retcon some things given it's a new generation. I mean, technically, they retconned the old designs and replaced it with something else, right? It's completely different looking characters. So you know, like it's not off, or it's not necessarily on the table. Anything can happen. Okay. Well, that's the color stuff done. I think. Is the eye color right? Sometimes it can be a little off. It's about right, actually. Yeah. Okay. It doesn't have to be super exact or anything. It's going to be in a completely different color environment anyway with realistic lighting, but it has to be about where you'd expect it to be. if I want to do mains today still. I'm not sure. I just don't know if I have the right mindset. I could do like simple stuff like getting the colors right and doing simple stuff like the cutie marks, but I don't know if I'm in the mood for much else at this point in time. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe. Only 5 sections for the main, the top main. Don't know about the neck main. It's looking like 2 sections. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there's 1 on the other side as well, right here. That's 5. Oh, okay. So that's 1, 2, 3. 1 section here, 1 section here, and then last one for the other color there. I'm fine with Twilight's design in the epilogue. I'm okay with it, personally. The only problem I have is potentially how you explain how she grew that much in the time span that was given, but I don't know. I mean, it's a minor thing. I don't really have a problem with the design itself, though. But that's just me. I think I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. I might try to get started on the main, but we'll see. If I start feeling a little out of it, then I might stop for today, but we'll see. Anyway, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright. We use a different... Yeah, I'll be honest, I think I'm not feeling it right now. It was nice to get some of it done, some of the basic stuff, but the main is like a huge task, and I don't think I'm ready for that right now. I think I want to save that for when I have the energy for it. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can do right now, so I think I will end the stream here then. I want to get to this main as soon as I can, though. Hopefully, hopefully tomorrow I can stream. I can't make any promises. I don't want to stream and force myself to stick to a schedule, so I can never guarantee a date, but, you know, hopefully tomorrow, hopefully. Emphasis on the hope that I'll be doing it tomorrow on stream, get some good progress on Minuet. So, yeah. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys later.